Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. This is a 13-part video series showing you how to create gas station. Let's get started. So to start, let's open a new architecture template. So click on New, go to drop down and look for architecture template. Select that and then press OK. So for our template, we're using metric. So our units are, if you type in UN, you will see that we're using millimeters as our length. So now, what we can do is we can add in our grid lines. So we are on level 1, which is the default, and the grid line is at architecture, and then the grid line is at the right side top corner. So now you can click on this, or you can type in GR, keyboard shortcut. What we usually do is we put our grid lines in between or in the middle of this elevation tags. So I'm gonna estimate, I'm gonna click right here on the bottom, going to the top. It will then start with number 1 grid line. Press escape multiple times, and we have our first grid line. And you want to make sure it's 90 degrees or straight without any angle. So now what we could do is we could select this again. So select the grid line, and here you can click on copy command, or you can type in CO. Once you uh, once you type in CO, you'll be able to grab again, and as you can see, there's a dashed line around it indicating that this is selected as your copy. Before you do that, before selecting this, what you need to do is you need to check multiple in order for us to add multiple grid lines. So I'm gonna select this now, and I'm going to move it on the right side. By moving it on the right side, I'm telling Revit that I want it to be in sequence and going on the right side. So once I type in the number, so I'm gonna type in 4010, enter, it will generate a second grid line on the right side. So now I just need to type in 2791 6801 2620 4180 1617, and then now I need to move it more on the right side again, so I just zoom out and then move it again on the right side. So now I need 2258. So if for some reason you mistakenly add or mistakenly escape it, what you need to do is just select it again, CO, and then you'll be able to start again. So 1637, and then 5731, 5335, 2028, and then 3968. Press escape and then escape again. So we created our grid line, and it's up to the 13th grid line. So what you need to do now, knowing that this is basically not in the center and it needs more room, you can grab this grid line, which is, or this elevation tag that is right here, and you could just move it along right here. So give it some room so that once you go to the elevations, it will see all of the models. Because if you just leave it right there, once you go to the elevation, anything at the back here won't be seen. So that's the reason that I want everything to be in the middle. So before we fix some of the elevation tag, what we need to do is add in our horizontal grid line. So again, you type in GR, and then you'll be able to add the grid line for horizontal. What I need to do is I'm gonna put it from right to left, and then now what I want on my horizontal is letters. It's easier for us to coordinate my location and anything that we're gonna add if we know our grid lines. And also another form of grid line is to locate where we're going to put all the columns and all of those stuff. So right here, I'm gonna just zoom in and double click on the grid bubble. I'm going to type in capital A and then press at the space right here. And then what we need to do now is type in CO, so that's copy command. We need to press escape first, select that, and CO. Now it's grabbable again, and as you can see, multiple is already checked. So we're good with this. So now I'm just going to pull this one down and zoom out so that we have enough room, and then we just need to keep on typing the numbers. So 21, 24, 1909, 4034, 1823, 2846, and then lastly we're going to put in at 12840, and then press escape and then escape again. And you want to make sure that everything is aligned. And then now what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this one and then grab it and then put it in the midpoint, something like there, in the middle of this. Grab it again and then just eyeball it in the middle. So every grid line is in the middle of this. So now it's pretty big for us to add all of this grid line, and then if we're zooming in here, we're not going to be able to see the grid bubble. So in order for us to add grid bubbles on the other side as well, what you need to do is select each and every one individually, and it will have this tick box that you need to select in order for it to show up. Unfortunately, you need to do that one at a time. There's no fast tracking about this one, so you just need to be patient and add all grid bubbles because it's going to help us anyway in regards with the location, and we don't need to zoom out completely to know where we're at. So this is just a big help for us and for me as well in terms of explaining. So now that everything is added, what we want to do is we want to stretch this a little bit at the top. So if you select one, as you can see, there's a dashed line indicating that if you move this, everything will move. So now I'm gonna move this upwards like that in order for me to add dimensions around here. On this side, it's good enough. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna type in DI, and you can find the icons over at the top here. That's why the reason that I just put it right here so that everybody can see. But usually it's on the top of the architecture tab right there. So now type in DI or select this icon. Once you do, we're going to add the dimensions right there. And as you can see, you just need to keep on clicking on the grid lines. And then once you're finished with adding all of them, just click on the space and it will finish up. You want to make sure not to click the equality symbol, or else everything will be equal and it will move. So you want to make sure that don't click that. Here I'm going to click on for the overall. So I'm going to click on number 1 and 13. And then the overall is 43,006. And then here we're going to do the same, selecting all grid lines, all horizontal grid lines. And then once you're done, just aim for the position that you want, and then select it on the space. And then we're going to add the overall as well. So the overall here is 25,576. So now if we're done with this, what we can do is we could go to our south elevation. We're gonna start on that so that we could set the height of all the things that we're able to add on our gas station. So we're planning to add, of course, the fueling station area. We're also going to add in our convenience store, office center, machine room, electrical room, and some washrooms as well. So those are the things that we're going to add, and also some wash bay and parking spaces as well. So that's all the things that we're planning to do here. We're gonna make it kind of modern look, if I say, but everything else should be the same. So now let's go to south elevation, double click it right here. The ceiling plan, we're not going to use that, so we could just uncheck that so that it close off. So right here, so before we change any height, what we need to do is expand this level. So now we need to select here and then expand it all the way to the end. I'm just going to undo that for now. Zoom in and then make sure to grab it from right here. And then move it on the side like so. So you want to make sure everything is connected, everything is intersecting, and and then all the levels is showing. So we need to check it on all levels like so. So here we could just expand it a little bit on the side and a little bit right here as well. In the north as well. So now that we finished the south, it's usually mirrored image, so it was fixed as well. South, and then now let's check the west. So it looks like everything is good. Let's go back to south again. And then here, what we're gonna do is we're gonna zoom in here. We're gonna change this name to ground. So I want all caps, ground, and then press yes. So now after that, we have level 2 right here. And then for the height of the convenience store, I'm going to set this up at around 38 or around 3600. So here I'm gonna select here, double click on that, 3600. And then here we're going to change this to top of roof, convenient. store, or top of roof store, so that it's easier to understand. Press yes, and once we change that, it will change on the floor plan name as well. Then we're going to add in another level. So what we can do is go to architecture and then select level. So you can type in LL as well. And then this one, we're going to just add it for now. And we want to set the height to 40, around 4800. So here, I'm just going to put this one for 800, something like that. And then this will be at the canopy. So we could just put this one at canopy. And then press yes. Um, right now, it feels like this one is um, too constrained in terms of space. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to select this, and we could actually add an elbow. And then once we add the elbow, as you can see, we'll be able to clean this up so that it doesn't show or it doesn't bother us. So here I'm just putting it like that so that we could still have, or we could still see the the name that we selected there. So top of roof store, canopy, and then ground. And then you just want to double check each and every elevation. Add this one so that everything is looking nice. Go to north, add the elbow, and then stretch it out like that. I'm gonna give this one a little bit more room so that it's not facing right here. And then we do the south, and then right now only the west side. So put this one right there, elbow first, and then move this one to the left side so that we could expand this one like that. So now let's go back to ground. And as you can see, we already set up everything that we can do on this floor plan. And then we added all the elevation in terms of south elevation. In the next video, we'll be able to start adding the walls. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on this gas station. Let's get started. So before we do anything else, I want to save this project. So click on save right here, and then just go to your location first. So for me, I'm just locating where I want to save this one. And then now I'm gonna put it on his folder. So I'm gonna type in gas station, and then we could, before we click save, what you want to do is go to option, and then in option we'll be able to set how many backups are we gonna add. Usually if you're good enough, or if you're expert level, around 1 to 5, intermediate around that time, that uh, backups as well. But if you're beginner, maybe you could do around 10, so that you could always go back to the folder or to the file if you make a mistake. So right now I'm just gonna set it to 5. and then I'm gonna be pressing OK and then save afterwards. Now, now that it's saved, we'll be able to continue. We're going to add the walls first. So here, we're going to add the convenience store first. So click on wall, and then here under wall, click on edit type. And some of you'll probably have generic walls that are completely empty. And then some of you will have newer Revit that will have presets like so. What you need to do is just select one of those. And then you can just click edit type and then duplicate this. And then let's call this exterior wall number 1. Press OK. And then we're going to basically delete all of this. The only thing that you cannot delete is this 3 core boundaries, structure, and core boundaries. Those are the only 3 that you won't be able to delete as they are default, and you won't be able to delete it anyway because it will be grayed out. So this side will be the exterior side, and this side will be the interior side. And then now you can just simply press delete. Once you're here, as you can see, it's grayed out. You won't be able to delete them. And then once you select that one again, it will be live and you'll be able to delete anything. Now, I'm going to set my thickness to 150. And then in terms of material, what I usually like starting off is a white wall. So I could set it to maybe gypsum wallboard. That will be a fast way of adding a white wall. So now I'm just going to leave it at gypsum wallboard, press OK, and then OK again. So now we have our wall set up. Now what we want to do is to focus on the properties. You'll be able to select it right here as well, but I want it to be in the properties, because once we set this one as well, it will be set up here as well. So we don't need to worry about this. This is just a quick change to see whatever's right here as well. So now our base constraint will be on the ground. So basically base constraint, that's the start of our wall. So it will be ground, and then there's no base offset, and then the top constraint, we want it to be at the top of roof store. So once we set that, it will set to 3600. As you remember in the previous video, we set up the elevation and then the level of those. So that's why it's already set up. It's basically common to set up everything before you add any walls and everything. So now that ground and top constraint, and then we don't put anything on the offset, we'll be able to select it right here. Good thing it's already wall center line, and then changes already checked as a default, so we don't need to do anything else. We just need to zoom in at number 1. So A1 is right here. So we'll be able to add A1, select it right there. After that, we go to D1. So it's fairly simple. It's just mostly rectangular, but at the same time, we need to add in rooms and all of that. So let's focus on exterior walls first, and then we're going to change this one a bit. So now we're here at D, and then we're going to go back to all the way to, I'm just checking my notes here, it will be 12. So D12, and then once we set that up, what I want to do is put in a little bit of indentation right here. So here, I'm going to select that again, CS, and then around number 6 grid line, we're going to put around 1000 only. And then we could just select it right there. Now, what we're going to do is TR, trim and extend, right there. And then here, we're going to put trim and extend. So that's just a quick way of having that indentation right there, just 1000 millimeters. And then we could then start this one again, CS. I want it to be at D12 again, going down to F12. And then after that, we're going to F13, go up again to A13, and then close it off at A1. So now we have our exterior wall, and then we're going to create our interior wall. So let's select wall again. Good thing it's basic wall, exterior wall number 1. We could just select that again, edit type, and then we're going to duplicate it. We just need to type in again, exterior wall number 1, press OK, edit, and then now we're going to just leave it like this, because it's easier for us to change materials later on, because we already set up each and every component, if it's interior or exterior. So let's leave it like a gypsum wall board, so having that white part again. So now what we need to do is we need to click from D6 to A6. So D6 is right here, so we'll be able to connect it instantly, because we know that it's the same thickness, 150. If it's not, if you're planning to have a different thickness, you can do so, but my suggestion is don't join them yet, so that you'll be able to align the faces. But if you're just following this, it's going to be easy, and we're just going to have the same thickness, and it's basically just click on those. So A6 will be the last one right here, and then we go to number 8. So 8 grid line, we're going to have the same wall again, and then after that we go to number D10. So basically right here, we're going to add another wall, interior, and then again we're going to have D12 up to A12. So now we're just basically adding multiple walls to separate all of them all together. And then here we're going to click E12 to E13. We're also going to do the same thing at B6 to B8. So that's done right there. And then here we're going to add, this will be around 10 to 12 grid line. We're going to add a line right here in the middle. So don't worry about the distance yet, because we're going to figure it out. It will be just 1000 away from that grid line, which is the B grid line. So I'm setting it up so that it will move from this grid line right there. So as you can see, the wall move as well. And then right here, I believe we already set up everything that we have. and we'll be able to add indoors as we speak. So let's go to insert. We're going to load some of the doors. So let's load family, go to doors, and go to residential. And we're going to just use the residential, or let's see if we have something in commercial that we'll be able to add. I want to add this one to our mechanical. I believe this one is good. And then the rest will have some sort of this door as well. So we're going to add multiple doors. So here I'm going to add this door, click open, and let's look for 9,000 by 2,000. So we're going to load one at a time because if you load everything, it will make your Revit file big. So knowing that I'm just gonna use that in one of the room, it will be easier for me to just load one. So here I'm going to add one. You type in DR so that you'll be able to add it instantly. So here I'm just going to add it right here on the mechanical electrical room. So we have it right there. The reason that I type in DR so that we could add it instantly, or you need to go to architecture and then click the door. So either way, it's the same thing. I'm just giving you guys the shortcut in order for it to be fast. Then let's go back to insert again, load family, and then let's look for a simple single door that will be able to add on the others. And like I said earlier, this one will be the one that I'm gonna choose. So click on open, look for 9,000 by 2,000. I want to be consistent with the width of the door, even though it's single door. And then we're going to add double doors, and then we want it to be consistent with the size as well. So now click on OK, and then type in DR again. And let's add doors right here. And then we have doors right here on this side. I wanted to flip it on the other side, so you click on your space bar. And then I'm going to add a door right here on this side, which is the 10 and 12. So I just want to show it to you guys where I put everything so that you guys can follow along. And like I said, we will be adding double doors. Here I need to flip it around, so it's very easy to flip. You're just going to click it to flip in the instance, and then right here flip again. And then now I'm just seeing we need to add same walls and an interior wall. So it's easy for us to just select this one instead and then type in CS. So CS stands for create similar. It's basically if you have something that you already added before, it's instantly, you just need to select them and then type in CS and you'll be able to add them again instantly. So that's a good way of adding anything that you want faster than going to architecture, clicking on walls again, and those kind of stuff. That takes longer, especially when you're so in deep with your project already, that it will be harder just to add those kind of stuff. So this is a quick way of doing something like that. So now, like I said, we need interior walls again. Select interior wall that you know, or you could just select here or whatever. Once you see the interior wall, CS on that. And then let's add wall right here to divide them all together. So that's B7 to A7. And then again, here, what we're gonna do is zoom in, and then we have the midpoint right here. We're going to use the midpoint so that everything goes all together. So now, these are the ones that I'm going to put in as a um, washroom or a bathroom. So now what we can do is go back to insert, load family, and let's add in an, a door which is like this. Of course, without any windows. As you can see in the preview, you'll be able to see the preview of that. So like I said, or like I showed you, I added the ones with windows for the regular rooms, but now I want this one so that you're completely um, your privacy, you will be able to have a privacy without any windows right there. So now click on open, and then here we're going to maintain 900 by 2000. So press OK. See, so DR, and then once you click on DR, let's add them right here on this side, spacebar, and then here as well, spacebar to flip it on the other side. Then again, we need to put it on this side, and then let's add it right here, flip it, and then right here, and flip it on the other side by using spacebar. I just want to double check what are we missing, or are we missing anything. And it looks like everything is good enough. We'll be able to have a double door here, and then for the convenience store with the store, we could put in a double door as well. So for the office and then the administration, we have that, another office right here, and then office on the other side. So here we just need to add in another door right here. So CS, and then let's just add another door onto this space, or we could just add it right here. So now I'm just double checking. So we add everything except for this one, because we're going to use like a curtain door, because we're going to add curtain windows right here. So we're going to add it right here, and right there. So what we could do so that we could add it is go back to architecture, click on wall, go to drop down, and then click on curtain wall. And then here, what we could do is we're going to add right here. I want it to be facing from the inside, so you want to make sure that it's in the inside, not the other way around. So I'm going to add it right here before the end, and then another one all the way right here before the end. So give it some gap. I'm going to add it right here as well, and then also right here. And then lastly, let's add it right here. So now we have all of that all together. What we could do now is go to modify and then cut geometry. So we want to make sure to delete so that we should be able to show all the glass. So now select, so click on cut geometry and then select the wall and then the curtain wall. The wall and the curtain wall, and then you do it on all of those that you add windows for. And if we go to 3D to check how it looks like that for now. Obviously, it's not all the way to the bottom, so we could just pull it a bit at the top. And we want to maintain consistency, so I'm going to pull it down as well. And then AL is to align them all together. So I'm going to align it like that, except for this one, because what we could do here is we're going to add like the curtain doors right here. Obviously, it needs to be on this side. So now I'm just going to align this one right there, and then for the top, we could align them all together. We could be consistent on all of them. And then here, we could just align them right there. So when you're using align, you select the ones that you want to copy first, and then the one that after that, the one that you want to apply that copy. So that's how you do it. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 3 of this gas station. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add the windows, doors, and walls. We added the interior and exterior. Now we're going to continue working on this. And then let's go back to 3D view. I just want to pull this one a little bit more at the top because I know there's a lot of stuff, mechanical and electrical stuff at the top. So we need to put some room so that everything will fit under that. For now, I'm just eyeballing it and then just pulling it below. I'm going to align it afterwards so that everything is aligned and everything is in the right height. And then once I do that, we can then go back to ground and then let's add in the floor. So I'm just gonna put in a simple floor for all of this. So I'm gonna click on architecture and then click on floor. And then here we're gonna use generic floor, 400 millimeters. We're going to edit this and duplicate. This will be floor number 1. Press OK and then edit. And we're going to put this one in 200 for the thickness. And in terms of material, we can put this one as one of the concrete materials that we have right here. So concrete, you could use this, apply, OK, and then OK. And then now we're going to click on pick lines. And what we're going to do is we're going to add it from the inside. The reason for that is I don't want to see it poking outside. So that's why I choose to go it inside. And then here I'm just selecting from the inside, as you can see. And then after that, we're going to use TR, that is trim and extend, that is this icon. So now we're gonna go to each and every connection like so, and then we're gonna trim this out. We want to make sure everything is connected, and like that, it's all done. If you miss something, it will let you know anyway. So we could just click finish, and then as you can see, we have our floor. If we check our 3D, there's our floor right there. The next thing we're gonna do is, so in terms of floor, actually, if you notice, it's not poking out because what will happen is we're going to put in um, the ground floor anyway. So we could just actually just put it on the exterior side. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to put in a line, AL, and just instantly add it from the exterior part instead. I think it's just going to be looking much better if we just do that. And then from the inside should be the one that we're gonna use for the roof. So we're just gonna leave it like that, and it's easy to edit anyway. And then this will be not it's gonna be hidden from us. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add a roof, and we're gonna use our ground for the roof. And then we're gonna set this one to the top of the roof store. But we're gonna use the ground to add the roof. So right now I'm gonna click on architecture and then click on roof. I'm gonna put yes, and then before we do anything else, we're going to click on edit, duplicate, and then this will be roof number 1. Press OK, edit, and let's maintain the 200 thickness for the floor and the roof. In terms of roof material, I'm gonna type in asphalt shingles, and then press OK, and then OK. And then without clicking anything else, we're gonna put the base to top of roof store. Click apply, and then here we're gonna choose pick line again, and now we're gonna select the one for the inside like we did earlier. And then as you can see, it created this icon right here, which is an angle 90 degrees. Actually, we need to uncheck everything or redo everything because we need to uncheck this one. So now we need to redo it again, and we want to make sure there's no icon of that, because the icon represent that it will be angled, and it will have a roof that is angled, and we don't want that. We want a flat roof instead. So that's why we need to undo that. TR, trim and extend, and then TR again to trim and extend there. Now we could just click on finish, and if we check 3D, it will be looking like that. Now what we need to do now is select, or not select, actually don't select it, just put in your mouse, click on tab, and then it will, as you can see, it will highlight all the exterior walls. Now you need to select that, and then because of that, we'll be able to put in a top offset. We're gonna put 600 at the top to create as a parapet. So as you can see, we have a parapet that is in this height. You can even put this one to 400 if you want to, just to see that how it looks. But I think 600 is good enough. So I'm just gonna leave it at 600, and then we're going to add our glass now. So I'm gonna change this one. I want it to be all the way down instead. So I'm gonna use align just to align them all together. So I'm basically changing my design. So instead I'm gonna add this one so that it looks much better. A full width of the curtain wall or windows. So now what I'm gonna do is we're gonna go to south elevation, and then here we're gonna check. So here, let me double check how it looks supposed to be looking. I want this view instead, so this should be south elevation, not north. I think I mistakenly pressed north. Now we can see all the windows except for the ones that right here. So what we could do is we could go to architecture and then select curtain grid. We're going to add grids on it, and we're gonna see how it will look. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put this one in the midpoint like that, and then just quickly add midpoint on each and every halves of it. So here, if I put this one right there, I'll be able to half it again. So just look, it it will snap into place, so you don't need to worry about if you're having the um, half of it. So it will give you that half, and it will snap on it. You will feel it that it's not moving anymore, and that's it's snapping there. So there we were able to put the half of it. Um, Basically, we're gonna add the door right here on this spot. I just want a clean um, door, and I'm gonna put one segment right here in the middle. So I'm gonna select that, and here I'm just going to put it from the 600 mark. If you cannot set the 600 again, you can select that, and then you'll be able to select this one and you'll be able to move it around. So here we're basically setting up how it would look. So I'm gonna leave it like that. Click on architecture again and then curtain grid, and we're going to maintain that. Basically here it's around 1200. What if we put this one in 3? So we're still having that 1000. This one should be in 3s as well instead of half, because we're just maintaining the 1000 to 1300 size. And then this one we could go 1000 each, and it looks like it's good because it's around that size, so we don't have that um, difference look. For the other side right here, we're just going to do it right here, and it's easy to do it right here as well anyway. So we could just have it like that, and then now we could select our mullion, and then here select all mullions, all grid lines, and then we're going to change this to 50 by 65 because 50 by 150 is too much, and I believe that 50 by 65 is just correct. So I'm just adding it like that, and then I'm gonna skip it right here because I forgot to add the segment at the top right here. So I'm gonna go back here, one segment, 600 from the top, and then 600 again for the top. And then we could just set this one. If it's not the same height, we can undo that as well. I just want to see what happens if we just set it like that, and what's the best move in order to just change it. Can we do align? Yes, we could basically do align. So I'm gonna try it again just to show you guys that you'll be able to change it afterwards to the ones that you wanted. So I'm gonna use align, AL, and then you'll be able to put it up like so. So I'm just gonna delete this, and then we're good again. Now let's click on mullion again, and then all mullion. Go back to 3D. We need to delete these mullions on the bottom and on the middle of the where the door will be, so that it looks better, because it doesn't look nice if we have mullions on the bottom of it as well, even though if you have a door, so that doesn't look right. So now we need to go to insert, load family, and we need to go back to door. So here we're here in the door again, and look for curtain wall single glass. Click open, and then now what we need to do is we need to select one of the panels of the door. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna put my cursor right there and then click on tab until it's just highlighting the panel that I want my door to be. So select that panel, go here under properties and drop down and select door curtain wall single glass door. Now it's changed. You won't be able to see the change because we haven't put it in fine. But once it's fine, you will be able to see all the information or all the details. So you want to make sure that you change it to fine. And then now we need to do it again. So press escape, click on tab, select that, and then go to drop down. In terms of orientation, we're going to change that later on. Usually you'll be able to do it under ground floor or the floor plan. So don't worry about it. We're going to go back on that once we change all of these doors. Select that and then go back there. Now what we're gonna do is we're going to go to ground to change orientation. As you can see, this one we need to flip. And then this one as well, we need to flip, so that once we do, we'll be able to have that door sitting in the right orientation. And as you can see, we're looking at this one and looking good. In terms of the wood doors, I don't want it to be wood, so I'm going to change this one to a metal, frame metal and door. So I'm gonna put it in a black metal, so I'm gonna change that. So here we're going to set a different aluminum basically. Click apply and then OK, and then copy, Control C on both of them, and then all of them like that. So once we change that, everything will change, and as you can see, it will change because everything is under one family and it's all connected. So next thing we're gonna do is we're going to go to ground again, and we're gonna put in more information here because I don't like having an empty floor plan without any information. At least let's create the washroom and the kitchen. We have a kitchen right here for the office, and we also have some washrooms. So we have washrooms right here and washrooms right here. This one, it can be used by customers that are wanted to have the washroom right here. This will be office washroom, and then here we have a washroom for people that came in to pay for their gas or to use convenience store or to purchase something. They could instantly just go right here. No need for the key. So it's like, now let's go to load family, go back right here, go to plumbing, architectural, fixture, and then let's add in our water closet, which will be our toilet. I'm just going to add the 2D because we don't need to show the 3D anyway, so I'm just going to use 2D. Click open, CM, so CM, and then let's just add the washroom right so. We can have it right here as well. And then also on this side, we're going to add them. I'm just centering it so that we have enough room. And then now let's add in the sink. So we'll need to go back here, go to sink, and then we have some sink vanity right here. I'm gonna choose the square. Click open, CM, and then let's just add it right in front of here. We have enough room. We can also have put it right here because we have enough space right here in front. So why not just add it right here as well, so that everything is connected and we have some room right here. What we could do is put the place like so, so that we have enough like that. CS, so that we could add it as well. We could add something right here. And then obviously we're going to add it right here and then right here. And then we're going to use annotate detail line, and we're going to use thin line to represent the table right here, or the vanity top right here. We could use align so that everything is consistent, and we could just move it like so. That looks good. And then we're going to use the same idea right here to finish up. You just have it like that. Push it this one, push it back a little bit, and then pull it like that. CS again to finish up right here. And then lastly, let's add in a washroom right here, or a bath. So go to insert, load family again, go back here. We have a shower. We have a small shower right here that will be able to fit right here. So CM again, and let's just add it from the corner. So at least we have a shower right here that will be good enough space for this one. So everything is looking good. I like how this one looks and react. So let's stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 4 of this gas station. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finish off the windows. And as you can see, we added roof and then floors as well. And then we added the door for the curtain wall. Now we're going to continue working on this. I want to finish off tagging all the room. So let's go to architecture and then click on room, and then we're gonna set all of this like so. So just add them for now, and then afterwards we're going to give it some tag. Press escape, and then now select all those room tags, and then now we could just add their names, which will be, this one could be convenient store, Here we could just put WR washroom 1, and then so washroom 2 on the other side. And then here we have administration. This will be office open. We have office open 2, and then here we have kitchen, and then we have mechanical slash electrical room, and then here WR3, and then here as well WR4. And here I want to finish up the kitchen. So what I'm planning to do is to insert some of the families for kitchen. And what we have usually is we need to go to specialty equipment, domestic, and then mid-range, and we're going to add in refrigerator. Click open, CM, add it right about here, and we could just nudge it in place later on. And then we could add in the oven and then the electric range. So I'm going to add that as well, CM, and then add it right here. At the same time, we're going to add in a sink. So go back to plumbing, architecture, fixture, and then sink. And then we could just add the sink right here. So let's put in square, or let's add this one, the one for the sink, CM, and let's add it right here. And then here I'm gonna select this, and then I'm going to uncheck show label. Here itself it's showing what it is, and so why do we have to put labels on it? I know sometimes we should, but for this instant it didn't we don't need it that much. I'm gonna add this one right here, and then I'm just gonna nudge this one around here. If we're going to add the kitchen properly, we will have to have two separate. So instead of adding this one, which has a bottom, what we could do is we could add in the one that goes on the top. So we don't need to be bothered creating everything separately. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create, or I'm gonna put this one specialty equipment first, domestic again, mid-range, and we have some cooktops here that is easily add at the top of this. So I'm gonna add that, CM, and then we have a cooktop here that looks much better. Here we could just nudge it in place and move more space to give this some room. And then here we're going to uncheck the show label again. And then here, in order for us to show everything, we need to set this one to fine if you want to. But for now, I'm just gonna leave it like that. After this, let's add in the tables. So here, component, model in place, and then here, let's put in the generic model, press OK, and then extrusion. After that, we need it up to 900, and then change this material to a wood material. So let's look for a wood material that we want to use. I'm going to choose this one for now. And then let's go and add the rectangle, and let's set up everything like so. We need to put some space because we're going to basically add a easing for the fridge. So we're gonna leave it like that. Select finish, and then now we need to click finish again, because what we can do now is we could just select or create a section, and then here we need to flip it over, and the view range of this is basically the view range, how deep you want to look at it. I'm just going to double check that. Then we have a missing cooktop. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna look for it. So basically what you need to do is hold on shift and then create a rectangle, and then release the shift and then select that. You'll be able to see that, and then you just need to put it at 900 level or anything that you can see. And then once you see that, it's exactly where we want it to be, even for this one. So 900. At the same time, we could actually put this one, this extrusion, at 875, and then we need another top. So let's go to ground. This will be the top for this extrusion. Click on rectangle, and then for this one we need to set this one. So we're gonna pick a plane and select this face right there, and we need 25, and change this to a stone finish. So let's look for a stone finish right about here, and then look for this one, and then click apply, and then OK. Then we need to select the rectangle again, and then click on finish. If we see it in 3D, so if you want to see it properly, we can do so in 3D, but we just need to put the section box in order for us to cut around the areas right here. And then as you can see, we have this one showing like that. I'm just gonna leave it like this. If you don't want the section box, if you want to remove it, you just need to uncheck this box again once you're here again. It's under properties, and you won't be able to you just need to uncheck this, and then everything will go back to its place. So I'm just showing you how to do this in order for you to be able to create more views. So now we need to create a void on that. Go back to ground, and then select this one, edit, and then here we need to create a void on this. So I'm going to select a void extrusion. We need to set this up, pick a plane, and then select it on this face, because we're going to put it all the way down. I'm going to move it because this is the face of this. So I'm just giving it more space to void so that we're still seeing the metal backing of this. So now click on finish, go back to 3D, and then look for the void what I usually do is give it more space like that, and then just simply cut geometry. And now, once we see that, we'll be able to see the bottom of this one. So that means we were able to do it properly. And then click on finish again, or just leave it like that, go back to section, and then we could create another extrusion, pick a plane, and then let's set this one to the wall right here. I'm checking the wall because it's not giving me the overall, so right here will be the overall. I know that it's the face that I want. So now, before that, change the material. I'm gonna put it on maybe another stone finish. Maybe marble, just to case this one quickly. And then maybe we have to change this extrusion from the wall to around 600. And then now let's just create the casing for this one. And then we're going to add this so that it's voided already. Delete this one, and then SL to slice this one in order for us to TR, trim and extend. So we're trimming this one, and then we could set this one all the way like that. Click on finish. And the good thing about having an extrusion is that it's easy for you to manipulate this one. So you can easily change the depth, and then as you can see, we're manually changing the depth depending on the model that we want. That's why I keep on using model in place. It's because of this situation. So now I'm just gonna add a cupboard. So same thing, leave it in section. Let's add another extrusion, pick a plane, and then we're gonna set this plane again. As you can see, it's highlighting all of this. That's why I know that I'm able to add it on the proper face. And then change this to something wood again. Earlier we already used this one, so now the 28. And then now let's set this one. I'm going to change the extrusion part, probably 450 or 500. And then let's add this one right here. We could maybe nudge it more at the top, so we could just increase the, or maybe this one is good enough. Maybe on the top we're gonna add it a little bit more there. So click on finish. I want to see it in 3D to see the depth that we created this one. I think it's good enough depth, so I'm happy with that. And then now, before we click finish altogether, we could adjust this first. You can also align it so that everything is proper. And then click, before we click finish again, let's add the doors right here. So click on create extrusion, pick a plane, and then let's select this face right here. I'm going to use rectangle and then offset this to 10, and I'm going to select it from here. I'm going to make it from the inside, so spacebar again, and then add it like that. And then because this one's at the top, we could basically put this one all the way down there. only at the top and on the sides right here. And then what we need to do is just divide them all together properly. I'm gonna set this one in the midpoint like so. Pick this one and then put 5 because I want to maintain the 10 gap. So delete this now. We have the gap right there. Select this. I'm going to copy and then just manually set everything because this one is around 2225. I want to see, so 2120 maybe in the middle of this and then a middle of here, so around 550. So I'm just manually adding this, and maybe we could just mirror this one in the midpoint right here. I'm gonna mirror this one again, mirror it right here in the midpoint, so we don't need to estimate everything. And then now SL, slice it. Let's go at the top first so that we finish the top, and then after that on the bottom. And then for the how much extrusion, we're gonna set this one around 10 would be good enough. So around 10 will be good enough, and that will be good enough to continue the thickness there. So let's set this one to 10 first before we forget. And then now trim and extend. So we need to trim and extend every one of this that we slice so that there's gap, and we will be able to create the extrusion properly. And then don't worry about not doing this in one go, because Revit will let you know if you miss something. And then if Revit tells you, it will pinpoint where it is as well. So maybe we should do an example. I'm not gonna finish it 100% so that it will let me know where. So this one, I'm just gonna leave it like that. So once I click finish, Revit will let me know that there's an intersecting line, which is right there. But if not, if you cannot see it for some reason, you can click show and it will pinpoint the ones there, because this is pink. Now this is orange. Look, you want to continue and then TR and then click on those so that you finish off. So click finish, and then there you go. Click finish again. And then that will look like that. So let's stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In this video, we're gonna continue working on part 5 of this cast station. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were working on the kitchen. Now we're gonna continue working on this. Let's go back to section. And then here in section, we're going to edit this one. This is the in place that we created right here. So click on edit. I'm going to select this one just to know the material. And then also what we could do is create, click on extrusion, pick a plane, and we're gonna choose this plane. Once we choose this plane, we're going to select rectangle, and then we're going to put offset of 10. After that, let's go right here. We need to zoom in and then As you can see, it's going to the exterior side. You just need to click on spacebar so that to flip it out. At the same time, we forgot to add a void for the kick plate. So what we could do is just delete this one, click on escape, click here again, edit in place, and then we're going to pick void extrusion first. Let's set that up first so that we don't need to worry about that, and we could continue working on what we're doing right there. So here, click on void extrusion. I think sweep is the best. So let's do it again. Click on sweep, pick path, and then pick this line because that's the 3D line that we're basically working on. Click finish, and then here, go back here by clicking modify sweep and edit profile. Go to your 3D so that you'll be able to see it properly. Click on rectangle and just create a rectangle for now. And then in terms of height, we want it to be 100. And in terms of depth, we want it to be 50. So let's do it like that. Click finish. And then go back here and then click finish again. And then we just need to cut geometry and then we have it right there. Don't click finish yet because what we could do is we could go back to section and do the face for this one now. So click on create, extrusion again, pick a plane, select this plane that is highlighting this area, click on rectangle, type in 10 on the offset, flip it on the other side by spacebar, and then click it again at the end right here so that everything is added there. Now we need to add line in the middle of here so that we have the right orientation for, or the right location for our doors. Obviously, every time you have a sink, there will be pipings in front of that, so you will need those ones. So now let's go and create. I will need to make this one 0 and then just add it in the middle right there. Just estimate it. And then pick a plane, put 500. 5, and then click it in the midpoint so that we have exact 10 offset of each. And then now we just need to copy it, CO, and then grab it and then just add it on the outside right here. And then maybe we could just maintain, I don't know, probably 500. Let's make it 450. So let's maintain 450 distance. And then now let's grab it from here, copy, grab it right here, roughly in the middle of this one, and put 450, and then so on. Here, what we could do is we could add it. We could just add something right here later on. Maybe a pantry or a small container, or just leave it like this. It won't be looking bad anyway. So now type in SL. So we need to slice it just to create that gap. And in order for us to trim and extend so that we will have everything cornered properly without any lag over the lines. So I'm just adding some breakage or break on all of this, and we're gonna do the same thing below right now. And then after this, you'll be able to download the handles once we finish this one. Usually I put everything on part 1 description. So you always need to double check the part 1 description because all of the required links will be there. So TR, trim and extend. Let's do that at the top part first. I always double check everything. That's why even though I know that everything is clean already, I double check each and every one. Like I said in the previous video, if you for some reason um, was able not to do one of them or even more of them, you'll be able to see or the mistake that you create, and then you'll be able to um, clean it up afterward because Revit will let you know and even show you where you made a mistake. So now just let me finish this so that you'll follow along. And then we just need to change the materials right here. I believe the 24C. Click apply on that. And as you notice, we also don't have any drawers right here. So I'm just gonna add a drawer as well. So why not change it a bit, change it like that, drawers right here and drawers on the bottom. So multiple drawers right there, another one right here like that. And just mix it up just to have everything different. So now pick a path, make it 10 so that to be consistent. And let's just add those things up. And then SL again to break all of those. To make it 2 lines that we could clean up. And then TR, trim and extend. To fix all of this. Oops, we need to undo that. I just went over, so now just click finish, and then here it shows us that we forgot to clean this up. So TR again, and then clean this one. And then click finish again to see how it looks. Don't click finish yet because we could create a void here to make it more beautiful. Go back here. We're still working on this. And then we could create a void extrusion. Pick a plane. Let's select this. And then we're going to put this one to start -5 and then +5. And then after that, click on rectangle, and then let's set this one to, I don't know, probably 50. Let's check if 50 is more than enough. I think 50 is good enough. And then we could quickly do everything like this. I'm just adding all of this for now. so that all the void will be in one shot. We don't need to do multiple voids. By doing this, it's a lot faster. And then we could just add this one. And then now click on finish and then click on cut geometry. Let's look at it in 3D and it will look like that. We're going to do it above here as well. So let's go back to section and then create a void extrusion, pick a plane and select this plane now. Now everything is the same that what we did. So we just need to select rectangle and offset this to 50 and going from the inside. Click on spacebar, go to end to end. And then just be patient and add each and every one of them like that. And at least at the top, it's a lot easier and a lot faster. So now just click finish, cut geometry, and then finish again. So now we finish our kitchen, and as you can see, it looks a lot better. We could add in more details by adding handles, and you'll be able to download that on the part 1 description. You'll be able to have this handle, and then you just need to, once you download the handle, it will be called handle as well. Second link from the description, I believe it's called extra families, and then here just drop and drag. This handle is a face, so any face you'll be able to stick on this. I created this one, and I have the material to be metal panel material, but you'll be able to change the materials if you want. So what we could do is go to our section and then add it the same way as we add different families. What we could do is add it in the middle first, and then from there we could change it all the way. For here, we could add it around in the midpoint, add it like that, and then here we could just set the parameters that we're going to use. So once I set all of those, what we could do is just basically hold the shift and then create a window and then unhold the shift before you unhold the click of the mouse. After that, CO, and then here you could grab it wherever you want, but I'll grab it right here so that I will be able to replicate the location on the others. And then we'll be able to add it onto this spot as well, just adding there, and then grab it right here, CO, and then grab it at the same spot as well, so that everything looks nice. Here we're going to do the same thing, CO, copy it on the corner, and then we'll be able to add it on the others as well. Delete this one and then copy it here and then reference it on the corner. And then I believe we just need to add all of this right here. CO, maybe we could put it right here because everything is the right size. Here we have a different center, so delete this. We could just select this CS, and then let's look for the center. So I'm just going to roughly add it right there. Center, let's add it right there. I want everything to be unleveled, so that's why I'm setting up at the top, and then CO from here, grab it from the same location because they're already in the same row or column, and then just add all of them like that. Let's look at it right here, and I could see that everything is added for. And then let's add in the backsplash so that everything looks nicer. We could do it architecture, another component in place, and then this will be generic model, and then extrusion, pick a plane, which is this wall. So make sure everything is highlighted because that's the wall that we're referring to. Make this one 0 and then 10, and this will be another stone finish, or we could do a tile if we have a tile base right here. Ceramic tile, let's use that. And then we're going to put this one onto this side to have that backsplash. Click finish, don't click finish yet. We can add it on this side as well. So we just need to click on create extrusion again, set this, pick a plane, and select this wall so that we could just manually add it into the 3D. I'm going to use this align so that I could align it on the way at the top, and we're going to align it from this wall. Click on finish and then click on finish again. I want to align this one as well, so AL, align the wall or the door of the kitchen or the base cabinet, and then align it from the top so that at least it's indented like that. We could also put this one right there as well. That's why I love model in place, because of that idea that we could basically edit anything once we're in this phase, and it's easy. If we want to make this one as well, why not? We could edit this one, edit extrusion, and then we could pick up a path right here. I believe I could add this one, this line, and then from there I could just add a line again. And then now we could just trim and extend from the 3D. We need to move it right there, trim and extend right there. And then click on finish, and as you can see, it looks much better. Why not add something at the top? So I'm just going to add, pick a plane, the wall again, and then here probably around 900 or whatever, maybe even 1000. We'll be able to change it later on. And I want something different, so maybe another wood. Let's put this one right there at the top, and then here let's add the one at the top for design purpose only. And then now click on finish, and let's look at it at 3D to see how much depth we could change it. Maybe around like that is good enough, and that looks really nice. So now we're done with the kitchen, and now we could just uncheck the section box. So look for section box around extend, uncheck that and click apply, and everything looks same thing as what we did. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 6 of this gas station. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finish up the kitchen. Now we're gonna continue working on this. And then now, what I'm planning to do is create the gas stand. Um, I did mark it right here. It's actually at number 2G, and then the other one will be at 5G. So those two parts will be changed to add those gas station kiosks. So now what we need to do is go to architecture, click on model in place, click save first, and then here let's go and click on generic model. Click OK and then OK again. Let's then go to 2G. In the middle right here, we're going to add in the post. So in terms of post, you can basically do whatever you want. Right now, I'm just going to use extrusion. You can even go and add different ones, like, for example, architecture columns if you want to. So you can go to structure, and then we have architecture columns right here, or right there. This is structural, and then this we have architectural columns like there. Here we could just add in columns that we think that can be same as what we're trying to do. Here we have a 475 by 610 column that we could basically add, or here 475 so that it's squared. We could add this one if we want to, so to make us our life easy. At the same time, we could create an extrusion from this. So I think it's good enough to add that one so that we could have something to look at. So right now, click on model in place, and it's easier for us to create this in generic model, knowing that we need to copy it again, and then also we need to change it up a little bit. So now let's add extrusion. We're going to set it at level 1 or ground floor, and let's change the material. So here I'll probably create or set a wood material just to change it up, and then later on we're going to change it much better. So now we're going to put it at 2G, and then we're going to put this again at this 3G, or we're gonna give a little bit of gap. So I'm going to make probably around 600 by 600, put it in the middle, move, grab it from the midpoint right here, and put it in the intersection of this. So I'm just roughly estimating it right there. In terms of the extrusion right here, I believe we set this one around 4800. We could double check and then click finish first, and then go to section. And then right here, actually the canopy is 4800, so we are correct in terms of that. So 4800 exactly at the top right there. Let's go back to ground and then estimate that this one is too much, so I'm just going to edit it a little bit. Maybe we could just do 400 by 400. And then just quickly move it in the intersection like so. So I'm happy with this. And then at the same time, I'm gonna copy that CO, copy it around 4,000. So whatever it hits, it's going to be the same 4,000 right there. And we're gonna leave it like that. And then click on finish again. So now we have this one, and then we're gonna create more right here. So now let's go back to ground. Let's create the island for this because it needs to be elevated a little bit. So we're gonna elevate it. So create an extrusion again. This one we're going to extrude it 200 from the bottom. So I want it to be concrete. So I'm just adding different materials on each and every one in order for us to change it in Twinmotion. So here I just want it to be around 1500. So 1500 from here, and then estimate it in the middle like so. If yeah, let's make it 2000 to give it some room, and so for us to change it a little bit. So now click on finish. Before that, let's create a curve right here, and then in terms of how big it is or how long it is, let's do around maybe around, let's see, 5,000 first. How big is 5,000? And then I believe from here we could just do the curve, or let's do this and then set it like that. And I believe it's a lot easier to just do. And then obviously we want it to be centered. To highlight everything, and in order for you to highlight everything, you just need to click on tab and it will highlight everything, and then you'll be able to use your arrow keys to change direction. So click finish on that. Let's look at it at 3D and see how it looks. So it's starting to build up, and then we're probably gonna add bollards for protection for the pump, the gas pump that we're gonna add. For the gas pump, we're going to create it as left and right so that we'll be able to just add it there. And then obviously we're going to add in some design in order for this to look nicer. And then now what we could do is we could add the canopy first, because I'm going to add it right here, but I actually just want to add this one first because I could just copy everything else on the other side. We don't need to create another one and to replicate this. So it's going to be easier for us to just add this one, add the canopy, and then till it from there. So I'm just going to go around here, go to ground, and then what I'm gonna do is go to canopy, and then let's add the canopy. So for the canopy, I want it to be around 22,000, so around 23,000 to 10,000. That's how I like the canopy to be big. For now, I'm gonna go to ground. I'm gonna set up the height by using annotate, So maybe we could just finish from here so that I could just add annotate to give me my sense of um, to gauge what I want to do here. So I'm gonna add it right here. Maybe I'll center this one in the middle as well so that we have something awning right here as well. So I'm going to put this one at 10,000, and then around 23,000. So let's set this one. And then here we will have it another one right here as well. So I'm just planning to center this somewhere right here, and I believe that's good enough to be centered right there. And then we could just edit this one later on. So now I'm going to select this thin line, copy it, and then go to Canopy so that we could add this one right here exactly where it is, and then add a model in place as well. We could just select here, edit in place, go back to Canopy, and then create the extrusion. And then it's easier for us to gauge where the location is. Select finish, and then let's see. Of course, we need to change the material right here. 200, that's fine. Maybe we could make it thicker so that we could add in more design. That's something that we could decide later on. But right now, what we could do is we could put in EFIS so that it's green, so that it's gray. So let's just add it like that for now. And as you can see, exactly at the top right there. And then we could change the thickness so that it looks much better. So in terms of thickness, probably we're going to put this one around 7,500 or 750, not 200. So now let's edit in place. Select this one around 750 would be good so that we could add in more design to this one. Click on finish and it will look like that. For now, we could select this again, edit in place, and we could just wrap this one around with something different. Create, I want a sweep because we're going to set this one. We're going to pick the plane which is above here. Click on that and then click on edit profile. We want to make sure to change this to a different material. I want a different materials on this so that we could easily change everything in Twinmotion. So here I'm going to use pink stripe or parking stripe so that we could change it instantly. So now what I want here is to be, I'm going to put rectangle around here, and at the same time I'm going to bulge this one. So having that one there, we could push this one right there and it will give that effect on that. So that would look nice, and then it will give that depth on that. Click on finish and then click on finish again. And if we see it right now in consistent color, that would really look nice. A simple nudge on that, give it a bounce, and then if we make it larger enough, it will be noticeable. So I'm gonna do that more. I'm gonna bulge it more, put it more at the top like that, put it that one in the bottom, but I want to still give it a different feel on that. And that will look good on that. So I like that feel. And then at the same time, we need to change the materials on this face. So don't go editing or don't go finishing this yet. We'll be able to click on paint right here. Use something that we haven't used yet. So here we have metal paint finish. I don't remember using it yet. So I'm just going to select this face, this sides. It's really important to change different face so that it's easier for us to change later on. I'll be able to select a face or a change on that once we're on Twinmotion. So that is a nice addition. And then right now we could actually finish up on this one. So go back to ground. We're still not done with the canopy, but that's something that we could start off with in terms of design. So I'm happy with what we did. Um, Now that we have a circular, semicircular, I need to make this one circular as well so that it doesn't look like cornered like this. So I want to design this much better. Edit extrusion. I wanted this one to be circular. So I'm just going to edit this one. Something like that. And then delete this one right now. And then in terms of this, what we could do is we could just copy this and then add it right there and then delete this. So now we have circular on that, and then we need to just add more details right here. I want to go to south elevation to see if I could attach something right here to make it more better. So actually I need to unedit this one, delete this. I need a flat face in order to do this. So go to south elevation. I'm going to set my um, design on this face, and then we could just work on it right now. So now what we have here is something that looks like this. I'm going to extrusion, pick a plane. This one is the front of this. And then what I need to do is to create something, a design from here. So actually I need the back here to look like that. So I want it to be looking like this. So I'm going to use rectangle. And then let's change this to a different color. I think I haven't used copper yet, but I don't want to use something that is already here because we're not going to be able to add it on the paint portion. So right now I'm just going to use this AL to align it right here. I'm just gonna go over it a little bit, something like that. Click on finish, and I want to see it in 3D. I want to be able to set this one AL to this face so that it expands much better. Select this one on this face. So basically we were able to just put this one right there. And then at the same time, we're going to add more uh, change on this. So what I'm gonna do is go back to section, or sorry, go back to south elevation, and then model this one again. And I'm going to do another modeling. So extrusion, click on pick a plane. I'm going to select this plane and then change this material again. I'm going to use rigid insulation, and then here we're going to go around this, align it on this one, move it on this one as well, and then we're gonna curve this one right here. And then now we need to trim and extend, and then trim and extend right here, and then use fillet arc to have it like that. And then at the same time I want it to be curved a little bit at the top right there. So I'm probably going to use something again to connect everything. So I'm probably another rigid insulation. So click finish, go to 3D to look at it and how it looks. That is, I believe, good enough to look like that. I could go over in the midpoint, so I could go to ground, go over to the midpoint, which is we have a line there, and what I'm gonna do is I'm going to mirror it. In 3D it will look like that. And then that looks really nice, having that part right there. And then at the same time we need to curve this part right here. So to do that, I'll probably go to this roof, top of roof store, so that I can just visualize where I'm gonna put it. So create another extrusion. This one, let's set it below because we'll be able to pull it up once we're done. And then here we could just add that one, circular, and then same material. Click finish, go back to 3D, and then now we could just pull it all the way at the top there to make it all one singular look. And as you can see, it looks much better just having that image right there. Click on finish to see how it looks. And then what we're gonna do is we're going to mirror it on the other side as well. And of course we're not yet done. we're basically going to add more information right here, like the number, the name of a gas station that probably we're going to mimic. Uh, and some of this design is something that I got inspiration online as well. So it's not something that I originally thought of. Um, I was thinking of adding this same right here so that it looks much better as well. It will look more slick. So I'm gonna edit this type, and then maybe I'm going to slant this one actually instead. I'm gonna slant each and every one of that instead rather than doing this. So I'm just going to delete this for now, go back to south elevation, edit this, pull it up a little so that it doesn't look too much of that. I'm going to edit the extrusion, do it like that, right there, slant it there, and then slant it right here. I think that will give it more of that effect. Trim this one right there, and then go fillet it again to have that angled right there. Click on that, click right here, go back to ground in order for this one to be mirrored. Go check how it looks, and then go back here to roof, select that, let's maybe mirror it, and then go back to 3D in order for us to just I'm not gonna put this one right there. I think it looks much better having that one right there instead. And then we're going to add the same materials right here. So we're going to go to paint and then parking stripe. Then we're going to add the parking stripe right on the face, and then it will look like much like that. And then click on finish, and that looks really nice. And then we're going to set different materials onto the bottom. So that looks good. What we could do is, before we finish this off, we need to create the machine for the pump. So let's stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 7 of this gas station. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to start adding the canopy and then the island right here for the pump, so gas pump. So now we're gonna go to ground floor. It's because we're going to add in the gas pump. This gas pump was done by me, although I edited some of it. So basically, I got a Revit file that was I got it from online, and then I basically just edited depending on what I want on the gas pump. So right now we're going to double click it, this is basically what I did. um, I edited a little bit because the look of that was something that looks like this one. So if we see, um, it's kind of modern, but at the same time, some of this I don't understand why there is something like this one and only one pump. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to load this. So load it into our project, and then I want to make sure to put it in ground, and then CM. I'm trying to load this one. So gas pump right here. So I was able to load it earlier just to see how it looks, and so far I like the way it looks, and I'm just going to put it right in the middle like so. At the same time, I want to see it in 3D to see how it looks and how everything lines up, and I was able to add in this one right here. And then at the same time, we're going to add in a fire extinguisher. Go to ground, and then we're going to just add it right here. I'm just going to turn it around and add it on this side. So anything happens, they'll be able to just get it from here, and at least it gives us more on the detail design on this one. So I kind of like it like that. So now I believe we're ready to create this one. I'll provide it and the extinguisher as well, so don't worry about it. It will be in the part 1 description, probably third link. That will be specifically just for the gas tank. So, or probably at the second, just to add it there. And as you can see, I edited as much as I can to incorporate what we have right here, and at least we'll be able to set up all the materials. I believe I added those materials already, and then we just need to edit it from Twinmotion. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select this one. I'm going to edit in place, go to ground, and I want to mirror everything. So here I'm going to use mirror command. I'm just going to approximate it. If some of it didn't copy, though, that will be fine because those are individually placed there, so that will be fine. So once we're done, as you can see, we have this one that we created. This at the top here was not able to copy, so I think that's the only thing that we need to recreate again, and then obviously adding those stuff as well. See S on this, add it right here on this side. This one we could just copy and then add it around the middle like that, and then go to restore, select edit, edit in place. I want to select this one just to mirror it somewhere right here. Grab it, MV to move it, and then just move it right there, and then click finish as well. 3D on that, and definitely we're missing the one at the top as well. So we just need to make sure that everything is there. We just need to go back and forth, double check everything to see how everything looks and lines up. And then here we just simply MV to move, and then just move it in place. Click finish and look at it at 3D again to double check everything that is there. So now it's looking good. We'll be able to add more information later on, but at least this one is done already. um, I know that I didn't show this one how it was created, but basically it's easy. It's just an extrusion, void, and those kind of stuff. And like I said, I edited one that I saw online and just make it in my style, because the one that I was loaded earlier is not. Um, it's half modern look. So this one at least will be able to edit nicely. So now what I want to focus is to add something right here, those design. So we're gonna use model in place, and then we're going to add it as a generic model, and then we're going to put extrusion, and then definitely we're going to set this one into its plane, and we're going to set this one right about here. So I'm selecting this face. I'm gonna double check if I able to select this one. So I did, and then I'm going to go to, it's either east or west. So this is basically west. So here I'm just gonna repeat the design that we have on here. So I'm going to have it facing like that, and then I'm going to set this one all the way down, and then here we could just have this one like that as well. And then obviously we need to close this off, TR, trim and extend, and then we need to fillet art this one, and then fillet art on this side as well. And then here maybe 200 is good enough, and then we could set a different materials on this. I like setting up different materials because I want to double check everything in Twinmotion. If everything is good, everything is in my liking. So that's the way I work. Hopefully you guys um, can bear with it, because I like setting up different materials, and then at the end it's probably 1, 2, or 3 only. So sometimes it's irritating, to say the least. So here I just want this one to have this gap, but um, from floor to ceiling, something like that effect. So this is the one that we're gonna use. So I'm just copying and pasting it, click on finish, and then I want to see it in 3D first. 200 I believe is too much, so I'm gonna put it in 150 thickness, and then I believe that's good enough, and we're going to add it around here, and then we're going to probably mimic here as well. Maybe I could just copy it from here. I'm gonna copy, I'm gonna grab it from here, or let's do it in the ground. I'm gonna copy this, I'm gonna remove the constraint in order for me to put it right here, and then pick a new, maybe I can pick a new host, and absolutely we can, but I want it to be accurate. So MV, accurate in terms of the location, and then 3D again, and then we could just move this one right there. And then all throughout, we're going to have that line there that will have everything. So I believe south elevation, we need to add create extrusion, pick a plane. Let's put this one right here, select that, and then we're going to connect everything all together. This is the limit right there, and then we're going to have add the same thing. This one will be 150, and then click apply, and then click apply again, extrusion, pick a plane, this wall now, and then we're going to add the same one right here. I'm being productive actually because I'm adding everything all at once. So click finish, and then create again, pick a plane. This one is the extrusion for this, and then we could just add it right here. Click on finish. I know we're not yet done because we still have to add it on the other side right here, and then this wall as well, and then at least we have everything all covered up. We can even extend whatever we want to need to extend. So here we need to create an extrusion. I am gonna set this one up right here, and then manually add everything, and then click finish. And I was able to do it right here because we have some guides as well, so that's making it easier for me. Just do it in 3D. Click on finish. Oops, use the rectangle, and then click finish, and everything is good and not overlapping, and we're basically done with that image right there, that model. So now what I'm planning to do is set a different material for the exterior part of this exterior wall number 1. So I'm gonna select this one and then edit type, and then edit, and then here I'm gonna change this to 125, and then here I'm gonna insert, we're gonna put this one because this is the exterior side. So now I'm gonna put finish, and then here we're gonna put something like a vinyl composite tile. That's perfect. And then we're gonna put 25 thickness. Click OK, apply OK, and hopefully this one should show a realistic color. So here we need to flip this around. So things that we need to flip is this wall at the back, and then this wall right here. So we'll need to go to ground, and then it's easy like flipping right here. So we just basically need to double check each and every exterior wall to see if this one is showing up. This is good right here. This one in the front we need to flip, this one as well, and this one, and then on this side as well. So all of this will need to be flipped. So let's start with this wall, flip it around, this wall, flip it around, this, flip, and then this one, just flip it. And that's how I like adding walls from the center line so that everything looks easy. And then here we just need to basically push it all the way to the face so that everything is connected. And then I'm gonna double check each and every intersection just to check that. So that's good right here, and we're able to see everything correctly. I'm gonna add bollards right here. So go to ground, and then we need to go to insert, load family, and then go back to the main, and then we have a site right here, parking, and let's look for bollards. Maybe it's not right here. Utilities, maybe it's not right here as well, but let's just look for it just to check if it's right there. Here we have the bollard. I'm gonna choose this one. I think that's good enough. Park bench or something like that. Maybe we could just add this dumpster so that we could have something at the side. So now here we have inserted the bollard. I'm gonna add the bollard CM, and then let's add it right here and then right here. Want to make sure that this is rightfully right there, and then copy, or we could basically do a mirror command and then select. We could select all of them, select everything that is visible, and then copy, and then select it in the midpoint as well so that everything is properly inserted. And as you can see, that bollard makes a big difference in terms of design, and I'm happy with what we have here. So let's stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 8 of this gas station. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to model more on this one. So now we're gonna add in more floors. So let's go to the ground and add in the floor for the overall site, and also we're going to add in more of the islands in order for us to see the layout much better. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to go to my ground floor, and then let's add in the floor for the overall. So now what we have is roughly around 77,000 for the overall. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to architecture, click on floor, edit, duplicate this. This will be called floor number 2. Edit in another concrete material I'm going to set. So here I'm going to add in one of this one, click apply, OK, and then OK again. So knowing that this one has the floor already, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna build around this one. So here I'm gonna click, and then from here I'm gonna put in a rectangle like so to be its overall, and then at the same time I'm just roughly adding this information right here. I'm going to choose pick line afterwards, and I'm going to select the pick line on this walls so that it goes around this and it doesn't overlap the ones that we have right here. So even though we're gonna base it from here, I still want to add in some space right here. And then now, in terms of the width, it's around 37. So we're probably going to extend this more, around 3,700. Sorry, 37,000. So roughly this size. And then here we're going to add it like that. Delete this one, trim out everything that we have right here that are excess. And then now we could trim and extend right here. What we're gonna do as well is overlap it here. I want something at the back there, and then choose pick line for the back, and then we're gonna trim this off. Once we trim this off, we're basically saying that this will be all shallow in the middle. Now click on finish, and I want to see it in 3D, and that's basically how it looks. But at the same time, I want this to be a little bit grounded up. So now I'm thinking of, I want to add the ground to have another ground here. So now I'm thinking I might change something just to have that ground. Or what I could do is go back to 3D. We're going to have a ground and then another ground. So here, this one will be offset to -200. Click apply, and then here we could just pull this one down. Ground, we could actually check it out how it will look like, because we need to pull this one down in order for everything to look better. But at the same time, as you can see, it looks so high now. So I'm thinking of other ways to do this, because it doesn't look good. So maybe I'm still thinking of maybe going to the south elevation and then adding a ground and then level 1. So actually I know what to do now. I'm just going to add another one right here. So go to go to ground, and then now we're going to add in another floor, edit, duplicate. This will be floor number 3, and then edit this one to have 100 thickness, and change the material again. Concrete, and choose one of this one that we haven't added yet. And then now I'm just going to add in a layer right here. So basically we need to pick lines again all around, because we're going to add in something right here. then we're going to put in a line, and then here we're going to have a line that goes right here, and then trim this out, clean out everything, and then pick this side again. I could just simply add this one like that, and then I want it to have around 2000 around it. So here I'm gonna offset this one to 2000, pick it on the other side, delete this one, trim it right here, and trim it right there. And then this one will be height offset to 100. And then here I just want something like this. I want to see it first, how it looks. And maybe we could just pull this one up on all of them. Please offset 100. And then as you can see, it's easy to manipulate. Once we select that, it will fit everything else. So we need to just select all of them. Please offset to 100. And just having it like that makes a big difference. Obviously, we're going to edit the corners. I just want to see it. We're going to use play arc on all corners like that. That corner, we're just going to leave it. And then leave everything like that as well. And then obviously we're going to add some grass. I just need to double check this one. Like I said, we need around 77. I'm going to edit this now. Check this. I want it to be overall from here. And we have some room. 7700 as a 1000. And then click on finish. We're going to edit this now to push it right there. We need some entrance right here. And then push this one at the back like so. I want it actually to go around as well. So let's just do that. Trim. And then delete this. And then now we need to add the one on the side as well. So why not just add this one? We're going to delete these, trim this out, give it some shape. Trim this one, extend it a little bit like so, and then give it some arc. So fillet art this. Actually, on this one, let's just leave it like that. And then obviously we're going to add something right here from the exit area. So here we're basically creating the site. As you can see, once we're doing that, it's also visible in the site as well. So right now they can enter from here and then exit from here. And then we have some space here for parking and anything else. So now we could just create some arc. To make it more realistic. And then between those, we're going to offset this so that we could add a floor for the plant or the grass. So now what we could do is we need to pick and then we need to offset this one, maybe around 200. That's too small. 2000. Too big. Maybe around here we could just put 500. Make sure it's from the inside, something like that. And then let's trim it. Let's clean this up first before we go further. I don't want this one to be out of hand and we're not going to be able to see it. Pull this one back. Make this one align like that. And then offset this one again to 500. Trim and extend. So that's done on that. I want it to be here as well on this side. Probably I'm going to extend this to something like this. Put the offset to 500 again. And just simply add it from the inside like that. And then add it right here. Now we just need to trim. Then this one we should align. And then I want it right here as well. So I'm going to move this one like that to give it some room. And we're just going to add this one right here. And then offset this one to 500 as well. And then I'll just trim this one. and then click finish. Then at the next step, we're just going to add grass floor as well. So now go back to ground, click on floor, edit, duplicate, floor number 4, edit, and then change this one to grass. Apply, okay, and then okay. It's already set to height offset, and then here we just need to copy it from this space. So we just need to copy whatever is right there. And it's fairly easy. And then click finish. And then let's look at it, how it looks. So that looks really nice. What we could do as well is to have something right here, like the parking lot. So what we could do is go to insert, load family, go back here, parking. Maybe we could do something like the pavement stripe. CM, and then let's just add it right here. And then we could just copy this. Around 2800. It's good enough. So just type in 2800, going to the right side or left side. There we go. And then around here, we're going to delete this one so that we could put the disable. CM, just add it right about there. So that's good enough. And then let's add in more. I believe we could put in the dumpster. CM. Let's add in dumpster right here and then right there. That will create some character. I believe it needs to be on the other side, or yes, it needs to be on the other side. So RO to rotate it 180. RO again for this one, 180. So that's good. So we're basically creating our site. That looks good. Everything is smart all together. So let's stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In this video, we're going to continue working on part 9 of this gas station. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add in all of this curves. And now we're gonna continue working on this. Let's go to ground again, and then we're going to add in the surroundings, even the street. So now what we're gonna do is go back to architecture. We need to click on floor again, edit type, and then duplicate this. This will be floor number 5, and then go to edit and change the thickness to 200 and change the material again to another concrete. Let's add this one, apply OK, and then OK. And then you want to make sure that this is 0, apply, and then now let's just add the streets right here, and then the streets right here on the side. Let's go and trim this out, and then trim this out as well. Delete this and delete those ones as well. And then we want to make sure to extend this more so that we could add in more information into our area or to our side. I wanted to add in this side as well so that we could add a background at least at the back. So I'm just going to extend this one for the street. I'm thinking of around this area is good enough. Enough for to have at least 4 lanes. So I'm gonna put this one to 12,000, and then here as well 12,000 to have a 4 lane. That's enough. So click on finish, and I want to see it in 3D, and I want to make sure that this is in the proper height, and then I'm just going to add in the surroundings as well. So I want to add another floor, and this will be floor number 6, and then just add the surroundings right there. Edit type, duplicate, another concrete, let's use the 60, and then use rectangle just to add some right here, and then on this side. And then don't you worry, we're going to delete all of this, or just to connect them all together, and then click finish, and we want to double check what we have done. It looks like everything is looking good. We have our sidewalk right here, and we could actually add a sidewalk on this side as well. So why not? Because usually we have sidewalks as well surrounding some of this. But for now, let's just leave it like this. And I just want to add, next thing is, this is something that you'll be able to download as well. So what I'm going to show you is the gas pump, the handle. Those are the things that you can download. And then we also have the fire extinguisher, and then spotlight face base square. So download this one like so, And then once you download it, show it in the folder, and then just drag and drop. And then once you right here, you just need to add it to one of the face right here. I'm gonna add it on this face, and then let's see if this is something that is visible. So as you can see, it's visible in there. See in the ground, roof, and then canopy. I want to have the canopy. So here what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna change the view range, and then I want it to be unlimited. Click apply, then OK. If it's not showing still, what we could do is we could go to ceiling fan, canopy. Maybe this one will show. So for some reason it's not showing onto the others. And it's only showing right here. So now I'm going to change the view range of this one to be unlimited. Level above, canopy, or rooftop. For some reason it's not showing. So that's something that we need to double check. Top of rooster, unlimited as well. I want this one to be associated level roof store. I want it to be canopy, and then I want it to be 6,000. And it's still not showing up. It's still right there. We cannot see the top of this one, so I'm just gonna undo it. This one, what we can do is I'm gonna check it to the canopy. It's showing there, but I'm gonna change the transparency instead in order to view it. Maybe because right now it's generic model, and then under canopy VG, let's check if this one generic model. It's already checked here, but it's just not showing up. How about in ground? I think in ground, because we added this one, this thin line, what we could do is we could change the view range as well. So view range is something that you need to do trial and error. Canopy, I want it to be more, 8,000. And then there it is. It's showing. I need to edit this. We need to make it bigger. So what I'm gonna do is go to edit family. Let's make this bigger. So go to reference plane. Right now this is the size. I wanted to make it bigger. I don't know if you were able to set it up before, but now I need to just extend this one. I'm just gonna do this. What I'm gonna do is, yeah, I'm just gonna expand this one manually like that, but use the exterior first. Make sure to use the exterior part first. For some reason, I didn't make it parametric, and it's not easy to change. But now that's good. I'm gonna load it and then override existing, so it's big enough. Now I'm gonna move this one right here and provide some lights. I'm gonna copy this and I'm gonna give them to each. Mirror this into the midpoint right here, and then I'll copy everything, and let's do it every 2500. So put it all the way to the right side and then keep on typing 2500. And then stop, and I believe this is good enough for the area. If we check it to 3D, it will look like that. That's good enough for me. I'm happy with the way it looks. And then at the same time, I want to add some lights around here and around here as well. I think that's important for us to add lights. It will look nicer if we do. I'm gonna put it right about under there. So I'm gonna use model in place again, generic model, and I'm gonna make it as a sweep and pick path. I'm going to change this one to hidden so that we could see it much better, and then just simply add it throughout. There we go. Hopefully that's correct. But if not, we could just do something about it. Maybe we could just use like section box. And then here, click on edit. Here, we're just going to add a small part of that. Like this. Change this one to a different, something glowing. Glass white high luminance. And then click finish. And then click finish again. And it's very subtle, but it's there. And that's good because I want it to be glowing later on. Then I want to add it right here as well. I probably want it to be under there the way we did on the other. So right now, same thing, model in place, generic model, number 6, and then sweep again, and then pick path, 3D, and select the ones right there. Let's change this to wireframe so that we could see everything properly. There we need to trim and extend on that. Let's maybe trim and extend it right now so that we don't miss anything. And then just pick the edges again. So each and every corner we need to do that. Trim and extend. Then pick path. And then lastly onto this. And then trim and extend. Click finish and then select profile and then edit profile. We need to go to the same area right here, and then our materials is already selected, so that's fine with us. And then I'm just going to add a very small one, small enough to be hidden below there. And that's how I like it. And then let's just put it in shade, and then look at anything else that we could change. What we could do is we could add in a text, model text. We could do numbers first, add it, set, pick plane, and then we could just select that, and then click this one again, and then add our model text, something like that. I'm just not sure why it's looking like this. I was hoping to have it horizontal. Not sure if I could model it like that, but let's try it on the south elevation to see how it looks. I'm going to click model, pick a plane, click on that, press OK, and for some reason it's going like that. Let me try and rotate this if I can, and that's good. So it's basically rotatable. Edit, let's duplicate this, change the size, Arial, and I'm good. Let's add it right here, and then now we could just change the model text right here to be, so 1 2, so make it 2 here, so number 2. In terms of extrusion, the depth, we're gonna change that. And then in terms of material, any metal material, apply OK, and then the depth, let's make it 25. Apply, look at it at 3D to see how it looks. This one looks really nice. We have the number 2 right there, and then we could just go back to south, copy this, and then pick. We're gonna choose this one right here. I want to make sure that this is aligned enough at this level, and then this will be number 4. There we go. And then we could do that on the other side. You just need to copy multiple right now. Go to 3D, select that, pick, and then let's choose right here. Number 1. And then at the same time right here as well, choose it right here. This will be 3. And then let's align them all together in terms of height. There. And then align it right here again. There we go. And then I believe this one needs to be moved a little bit like that, and then like that. I think I'm good with what we have here. I'm happy with how it looks. One by one we're adding all the info, all the details, so I'm happy with this. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 10 of this gas station. Let's get started. In the last video, we were able to finish up some of the modeling. Now, what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to clean up some of them and also edit some of the design. So for example, this dump truck, I'm gonna put it on the left side. So now let's go to ground floor and then just move this one onto the left side. So I'm just quickly going to add it right there, and then I'm going to highlight everything and then nudge it in place. You just leave this one, so just hold shift and then squeeze it onto this side. I'm just gonna leave it some space like that so that it's not too much crowded, and then just roughly put it in the middle of this. And then next thing I'm gonna clean up is the material that I use here, because I don't want to use parking stripe because we use it's already default on this one, so I don't want to change this and then this will be changed as well. So that's what I'm planning to do. I'm just going to change this to a different, so I'm going to just simply change this to maybe laminate navy. I'm gonna use that so that I could remember to change this one as well. So go to paint, laminate navy. I'm going to put it right there. And then right there. Okay, so that's good. At least we'll be able to see it properly if we put it realistic, and then it will be all connected together. Click on finish, and then now let's create our sheets. Let's start off by going to our site plan, and then we could remove the elevation tags and the grids. So VG, go to annotation, type in G, and then uncheck grid, and then we could uncheck section as well. Maybe section right here, and then also we could remove elevation tags. So E, so elevation. Click apply, and then OK, and then everything is removed. We could write on this. What we could do is we could go to annotate, and then click on text, leave it at 2.5, and then here we'll be able to put Canopy, all caps. We could change the size if we want to. We could duplicate. We can make this one around maybe 5 instead, the size. So if that means we already have 5, so that's good. I want it to be bigger a little bit more, so 7. And then as you can see, we could just put Canopy, and then right on this, CS, proposed building. So we're making our site plan, and then we could put in like the street name right here. So this one could be Jarvis Road. Make it bigger. So we have Jarvis Road, and then we also have James Street. And then let's rotate this, and then put it right there in the middle. So at least we have our site, and most of the time you can put more information if you want to. And then let's create our sheet. So we need to go to sheets right here under project browser, right click, new sheet. We have A0 metric already loaded, but if you want different title blocks, you need to go to the main and then click on title block, and you'll be able to load different kinds. And for me, A0 is good enough size. I'm happy with that, so I'm just gonna leave it like that, A0, and then click OK. It will create its sheets. It will start with A001. You'll be able to change that if you want. So for me, I'm just gonna leave it like that. You'll be able to edit this one right here. You'll be able to change this to cover sheet first. So cover sheet and drawing list. So just leave it like that. Go back to sheet, right click on that, add more sheet, and Revit will recognize, and then as you can see, it will put in A102, so it will be in sequence as well. In terms of project name, let's change it right here, gas station. Owner will be ACD, and if you want, we could space this out properly by editing the title block and just notching it in place at the top. Good enough. Space. Load it. Overwrite existing. So at least it's above there. and then it will be changed as well right here because everything is connected except for the unnamed. Like I said earlier, you can change it right here or you can change it on this area. So now here we could put site clad and then keep on adding sheets. So I'm just gonna add sheets. We only have ground floor or floor plan, so we could just put floor plan right here. And then we could put elevation. So add 2 more. Elevation. And then another elevation right here. So now for our cover sheet, what we could do is we could go to ground again. So let's clean this up by clicking on this, close inactive, and then go back to your, so I'm gonna clean this up as well. Go back to your ground, and what we could do is we could concentrate on this area, not all of them, because we already have a site plan. Um, so I'm gonna create a view. So here, under default 3D view, there's a drop down here, camera. I'm going to take a image like so. I'm gonna expand it a little bit and then change it to probably consistent color, or I'm gonna put it at hidden. Make it fine. And then here, go to graphic display option and then change the background to gradient. It will look nicer. Maybe we should just put shade or consistent color so that it's still looking good. I'm gonna see how realistic will look like. It's still looking good with realistic, but consistent color is the best. So now here, this image, I want this to be my starting view and then also my cover. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to manage, and then this will be my starting view. So I need to click on this. The name of this is 3D view number 1. So I'm gonna go to starting view, and then I'm gonna go drop down, and then I'm going to select this 3D view number 1. Press OK. So every time I open this this folder, this file, this is the one that I will see first. So that's my starting view. So we're already set on that. And then after that, I want to render this in order for me to add it to my cover sheet, and I'll be able to expand it, because just adding this one, you won't be able to expand it. So I'm going to quickly go to my views and then click on render, and then let's make it a medium, and then let's just click on render. So once it's done, as you can see, we have our rendering, and then you just need to save it to project, and you can even export it if you want. Once you save it in project, as you can see, Revit created a Revit folder right here that you'll be able to drag and drop in the sheet. So now I'm gonna close this off, go to the cover sheet, and then select this and drag and drop. I'm gonna select it right here to add it, and then here we don't need the title, so view title. We could double click here and then select that again to enable for us to expand it more. So that's good. I'm happy with that. So we just need to select it outside. So our cover, we're going to add in the drawing list here. So what I'm gonna do now is go to our schedule, right click on this, and then new sheet list. Things that I want to see is the sheet number, so select that, put it right here, and then the sheet name, put it right here again. If you want to delete it, you click remove parameter, but in order to add, this is the arrow color green. Once you do finish selecting those, press OK, and then now we'll be able to expand this more or change some of the parameters. So here, drawing list, and then I'm going to edit this one. So we're here now. I'm gonna click on edit here, and I want to change the appearance. So here, black row before data, I don't want that. So basically we're removing this, so uncheck that. And then title text, I want it to be bigger, so I want it to be 4. Header text, I want it to be around 3, and then body text, I want it to be 2.5. So I'm setting parameters so that it looks much better. Expand it more, and then we just need to drag and drop it to our cover sheet. So anything changes in our drawing list, this will edit as well. So we just basically automize it, and we don't need to think about it anymore. So just for an example, I'm gonna create another sheet, and let's see if it will create as well. So new sheet, select on that, and then go back to cover, and as you can see, it created A106 unlit. I'm gonna delete that. I'm gonna delete that again because we don't need it, and it instantly deleted as well. So that's how easy it is to create a drawing list. And then now what we could do is we could add in our site plan. Let's try and drag and drop this one and see how it looks and how big it is. So because we might need to edit the site. So it looks like it's good enough size. We just need to make it small around this side, and then it looks perfect. So just go back to site, and then check all of this, click apply, and then select here, and then drag it right here so that only this part is being shown and it's not too much. And then now you just need to uncheck this if you want to, but you don't need to actually, because it's not going to be visible in the PDF. So it's up to you if you would just want to maintain that. And then now you just need to put it in the middle and how you like it. And then after that, we just need to fix this. So select site. I want it to be overall site. So what I'm gonna do is press escape multiple times, select here, and then view name. Don't change this one, because once you change this one right here, it will change on the floor plan as well. We don't want that. We just want it to be changed right here. So I'm gonna put overall site plan, and then click apply. So overall site plan, you need to select it right here first before applying, because sometimes it doesn't show. Overall site plan. click apply, and then as you can see, it changed it. Select the view again. So you need to select the view in order for this one to be grabbed. And as you can see, there it is. And then you can instantly change all of this if you want to, so that it fits perfectly to your space right here. So now let's go to our floor plan. I believe in the floor plan we need to edit it. So this is called ground. What we can do is remove uh, the elevation tag, so VG, go to annotate, select here, type in E so that it goes to E instantly. Uncheck elevation and then press OK. And then now we need to crop this, so check all of them, and then let's just move it along right here. So I want to basically focus on this area. We can even put an enlarged part if we want to, but I'm just gonna leave it like that. So now let's go. We might change this scale, so don't be surprised if we're gonna change it, because as you can see, if we add it here, we have some room. So what we need to do is we need to go back to ground again and then play around with the scaling. So maybe you want to 50 would be good. And then let's see. So maybe you want to 75. And as you can see, we don't have 1 to 75, so we could do custom. Put it 175. We could display the name. That's fine. And then now let's look at it. So 1 to 75 is good size. It will fit right here, and also we'll be able to have some general notes and keynotes if we want to. So we'll be able to add all of those. So now I just don't want it to be ground again. So select on that. I want it to be, I think ground. I'm not still thinking of. So yeah, we'll just leave it at ground because I couldn't think of anything right now that we want to change the name to. So now I'm gonna press edit, escape multiple times, select on that so that I could put it in the middle right here, and then select the view and then fix it a little bit. We could change this one to first floor plan instead, because just putting ground doesn't make sense. And then just expand this one, and we have the scale right there to indicate. And then now let's go to elevation, so double click on that, clean this up. For the elevation, I believe we already cleaned some of them, but I want to see how it looks and how big it is. So I'm gonna put east first and see how it looks. It's actually too small, so I'm gonna increase the scale on that. So undo that, go back here, change it to 1:50, and see how it looks. We might crop it, so we just might to crop it on this space, and then let's see how it looks for north. So for north, we need to change this to 1:50 and see how it looks on the floor plan. This one, we need to definitely crop this only for the building. So we need to go back to each and every one of them. We could put it to fine if we want to, change this to shaded, And then we could even put the background so that it looks much better. And then now we need to check all of this and then select here and then crop it. Good enough size so that everything is being shown, but we need to be careful, and so we need to change this one as well. Minus 250, detail to fine, and then shaded, and then graphic display, background to be graded, apply, okay, and then go right here to check all of them, and then we'll be able to crop this one. This one we need more space. Just hard to grab it. I'm gonna even if it's too much, you can also uh, crop the levels, and it will basically fit into what you want. So here, even though I crop it, it just moves and then the text is still readable. So that's how that one works. So south elevation, 1:50. And then background, gradient, apply, okay. Same idea. We need to crop them. And then only this one is visible. So we're basically editing it to fit on what we're trying to add. Display, let's not forget this background. And then go right here to check all of them in order for us to crop. And then there we go. So now let's go back here. We just need to clean this up. Select here and then just put it right there. This one, clean it up. It's still over, so we need to just quickly put it right there, and then gradually clean it up. And then here, select that so that we could, I want it to be aligned. Select it right here. And then there we go. And then the elevation, the south elevation right here, still needs more editing. This one, it looks fine. We just need to drop this one right here so that it's still visible. And then for the south, we need to edit it more. So I'm gonna pull this one right here and then maybe move this one a little bit more. Just editing more in order for everything to fit properly. And then now select that and edit. There we have it. So now let's print everything. So select print, choose your printer, click on select views, and then put it back to combine, because we don't want it to be separate files once we print it. Select right here, uncheck views, and then check all of this. We could save this preset so that we could just go right here later on in order for us to instantly add everything. So here, full set. I'm gonna save this one because right now, once we uncheck this one, go back right here. I want full set. It's automatic. We don't need to do anything. We don't need to click on anything. We just need to press OK and then OK. And then now it's just printing. Click it closed. So now I'm just gonna save it right here. In this folder, save it, and then we'll be able to see how it looks. So now this is the first page, second side plan, overall side plan. We have our first floor plan. Everything is included right there. Location wise, elevation looks good, having this one right there. So we're gonna stop here for now, and we're gonna continue on the next video. We're probably going to start putting everything to Twinmotion, preparing it. So thank you for watching and hope you like the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 11 of this gas station. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finish everything up. Now we're ready to put it to Twinmotion. So what we need to do is change this one to hidden line. And then here, we need to put it in fine. So that's very important. So every detail is shown. And then we need to save it first. And you should be in 3D view. So make sure you're in 3D view before selecting or sending it to Twinmotion. Now, I'm gonna click Twinmotion 2020 plugin, and then simply just select C in Twinmotion. So once it's finished synchronizing, we just need to click on New Project and then press OK, and then No. And then as you can see, we have our model created. And that looks good. We need to sign into Epic Games. And then we need to save it as well. So I'm just gonna put this one as gas station. And then save it. And then now we could start changing the materials. So right here, click on that material class, two-sided. This is what I use all the time. Changing the opacity. And then I want it to be tinted like that. Be just a little bit. I want some reflection, but at the same time I want it to be like that. And then we're going to select right here to change the aluminum to black. So something like that. I'm still figuring out what kind of model I'm gonna do here in terms of the color combination. So for now, I'm going to click on metal Maybe this paneling would be good. I'm gonna make it large enough to be like this. But we just need to change the maybe red. We're gonna put it at red. So red metal. I want to make sure we have the proper RGB and those kind of stuff. So I might copy this one later on. And then in terms of the back, here we need to add the light, because as you remember, we have added this one, so it looks like I'm going all over the place, but I just want to add this one. There we go. So because of that, it looks much better. We have our lights as well. I want something shiny right here that I want maybe a paneling. Plastic siding, but I want it to be white. Something like that. And then at the top as well. So I'm happy with this. I just want this one to be black. I'm gonna turn on metalness and then dark and then reflectiveness. So that's good. Now because this is red, I want this to be changed as well, but in a plastic color. So I'm gonna use glossy plastic like this, but at the same time I want to mimic this one right here. So I'll probably need to take an image so that we could so let me see if I could snip tool this right here. It looks like it doesn't let me do that, so we just need 237. Maybe this one will be good. I want everything to there we go. I believe that one fixed everything, and as you can see, this one looks really good. Let's see if this one mimics it. 237, yeah, by just copying that. Just gonna cancel that. I want it to be a little bit more reddish, so I might change this. And then copy this. And then go right here. Select that and apply it. And then reflectiveness. I'm changing the reflectiveness of all of this. So 92 is the one that we have. So I'm gonna mimic, but this is metal, so I don't want to change it too much. I just want this one, this pattern that we have right here. I just want this pattern right there. So red, and then we need to set up something right here. We need this one to be red as well. So we're going to go metal. Maybe I'm gonna use this one right here. And then this one to be black. That's noticeable. The light is already there as well. I want this one to be maybe metal yellow. Or plastic yellow. I might change this to black if that looks nice, but yellow is good as well to just show it like that. And then maybe this one will be some wall coverings. Satin. And then let's change this to gray. Something like that. And then add it on all of this. And as you can see, it looks different. It looks much better. And then this one, I want another metal material. Maybe this aluminum siding. Something like this. And then I want to change the rotation right here like that. And that looks more modern. We could even increase this to 20 if we want, so that to increase the siding look. But I believe around 15 would be good enough. Just reducing the reflectiveness of that so that it changed a little bit. And we have this one right here. We just need to change this one to something black. This one is the parking stripe. We need it to be yellow. Then there we go. We have it there. In terms of reflectiveness of this one, maybe I'm just going to lower it a little bit. I don't want it to be shining too much like that. And then here Not sure what's going on here, but glossy plastic. I believe this is connected there, so I might need to change this one. This one I'm going to put in the aluminum reflectiveness and then metal. I just need to go back into Revit, so I'm gonna save this, go back to Revit, and then want to make sure that to change this one, edit, and then change some of this one right here. I'm gonna use oak flooring just to change this one. Click apply, apply, save it again, and then send it to Twinmotion. There we go. Now we just need to add another metal, change the reflectiveness, but we all know it's metal already, so that's good. Still thinking of what background should I add it, but maybe the gray is good enough, not the yellow. Not sure if this is visible enough. So now I want to add more stuff right here, including light. I'm gonna add a spotlight going down right here, and then change this shift or click on tab in order to change it up. It's so fast, so I'm gonna put it into number 3 and make sure this one is right about in the middle, and this one is too much light, so I'm going to change this to around 10. 10 will be good enough. Select that again. I want to quickly do this, so hold on shift, add, so I'm just quickly adding this one because I know how the distance from this one to here, it's around 2500, I remember. So once we add all of this, it's easy for us to add everything else. We could actually add the light around here as well. I think it will look better, but let's do this first. Spotlight, hold on shift, and then hold shift again, and then grab it there. It will be 2.5 meters, and then let's, I think I'm gonna put 10 for it. Change the speed, so we just miss a couple of right here that we could just delete manually. So you just need to press 8. I usually exaggerate it so that I know that I don't need to redo it, I just need to clean it up. This one is red, so I'm gonna select this red, glossy red, and then just select it right there. In terms of this black, I'm gonna select this black and then kind of reflective, and then I want to change this one and then all of this as well to something metal. This one, interior wall, let's change this to maybe another color. So I'm just thinking of just a simple brush aluminum to make it nice and simple, because we already have the red. We have the red concept right there. I want to add more of this one right there, more light going around. I think that will really be nice if we do that. And then here, obviously, we need to change this one. Instead of asphalt, we need black on that. There we go. And then here, what did we put right here? This one should be I'm gonna put carbon fiber. Even though it's not showing, I know. And then here, I think this one will be able to put glass on it. Material glass. Maybe a reflective mirror. There we go. Then opacity kind of dark. To give it some depth. There we go. That looks good. I want it to be different, so I just want to see how it bounces the light. So I'm just testing it out. I just want to see the perfect bounce of light right there. I believe that's good enough. And we could just add simple stuff afterwards. So this is good. This should be metal. It should be reflective, and then metal. So that's green. There we go. So that's already yellow, so I'm happy. We have the number right here as well. I want it to be metal, so we just need to turn that on and reflective a little bit. Very subtle. I'm rethinking of what should we put here in terms of material. So I'm gonna choose something, maybe concrete slab. Here I'm gonna use this concrete facade, and then change the rotation to 90. I think that's good enough. Not too glossy. Something different. And maybe we will change it as well later. But for now, I'm just gonna stick with this. Unless there's more metal that are that looks nice. Maybe this one. Let's see the effect on this. Yeah, why not put it on this way? Turn on metalness. Yeah, I want it to be on this side now instead of slanted or 90-degree. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 12 of this gas station. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to start on this now. We're gonna work on this again. We're going to probably set the materials for the ground. So let's go back right here, concrete, or maybe let's go back here to ground and then do the man-made. And right here, we need to change some of them. Concrete road right here. I like this one. I like the pattern that it's created. And then here, concrete, we could add it on other. And then for the street, what we could do is we could change this to asphalt on all of them. But I want this one to be a little bit more darker. So reflectiveness, it doesn't have. And then let's add it right here at the back. Or maybe at the back, we're just going to change it something different. Something different at the back right there. Because we might add, just to fill up those space, we're going to add something there. At the same time, like I said in the previous video, I want to add some lights around here. So we need to go back to Revit and then add a model in place. So right here, we need to save this first so that we don't lose anything. And then go back here, go to model in place, generic model. And then we might need to go and pick sweep and then pick path. I'm going to pick path on all of this right here. And then this one, I just want to do it in one sweep. So I'm thinking of ways to make my life easy. So I just want to connect them. So if I do it right here, and on the other side, I'm just gonna do is pull it way down. but let's see if this is going to work first. Click on Finish, Edit Profile, and then let's look at it and how are we going to put it. Maybe on this side only. Line is too small, so they want us to make it a little bit big. Glass white high luminance, so that's perfect. We're still working on that. Click Finish. The only problem is I want to mimic the same thing, so I just want to edit the profile. So this one should be around 2. This is 6, so 2, 6. And then from here, I want to know how far am I? 7, 6. So 7, 6, 2. So that I could replicate it on the other. So now I'm going to create another sweep, same thing. Pick path, select everything. Not there, but instead right here, going around. And then click Finish, Edit Profile, and then go to that space right there, select Rectangle, and do my stuff. This is supposed to be 7. This is 6. And this is 2. And then click Finish, and then Finish again. So that's looking good. I'm thinking of adding something right here, but at the same time, don't want it to be too much. So I'm just gonna click Finish, save this one, and see it in Twinmotion. And then I'm going to select this at the, going to use the then I'm going to select this one only. So at least that one, it's visible that we have something right there. And then here, brush, make it gray a little bit. And then here, I like the pattern, but it doesn't look good on this one. So I'm just going to use something like that. No, that's too much. I'm gonna go back here, concrete. this one is good enough. So we need to add in more details like those smoking signs, those kind of stuff, just to add more detail on this. I believe we have some decals. I just need to know where it is, so maybe city. We have bowlers here, signs, no smoking sign if we have. We have stop. I'm looking if we have some of those. Advertising, no. Trash can, yes, we can add trash can because most of the time we have trash can on. So I'm just going to add this one right here. Nice design. And then just copy it onto the other side. So we have trash can right there. And maybe we could just add the same thing right here. I'm just looking for stuff that we can add. So decals, we have it right here. Let's see if we have something. Here, no smoking sign. There we have. Just gonna put it right there. There we go. Good enough. This is hard hat area, flammable gas sign, danger as well. Makes a big difference having all those details in. And then we have some washroom right here. That we could add. Also keep out high voltage. You have trash can sign right here. I'm just actually adding so much right here. And then we could put high voltage sign, electric signs right there. And that makes a big difference basically. I'm gonna set this one, render or lighting dynamic. Let's use dynamic. And then what kind of backdrop can we do? So this one doesn't look good because this is something that is of course it doesn't make sense adding it right here. So skyline probably is the best. You can change different sky right there. Eye protection. And then here maybe we could just add a vent just for nothing. The more detail the better. And then here we need to add our grass. So we need to isolate floor number 4. So isolate on that. And then we need to add in grass. So we need to go right here, vegetation paint, and then go back, add grass, and add this one, escape, select here, increase density, and select right here as again. And then we could just basically add all of that right there. Make it small enough so that it doesn't go around. It's still going to go somewhere, but that's fine. And then after that, press escape, select this one at the bottom so that we don't need to look for it, and then isolate off. Still have this one right there, but that's fine. Select this one. I want it to be a little bit more dark. And scale it a bit. So now it makes sense if we add in some trees as well. We're going to add trees at the back right here. So I'm gonna add something, maybe this tree is good enough, or maybe this one. This one looks nicer. And then we have some small trees. There we go. And then we could add this kind of tree right here. But I don't want to overpower it. So I'm going to change that to a smaller one. Let's add bigger trees right here. Maybe this different kinds. It's overpowering already. So I'm just adding the same thing. And then I'm going to space this out properly. click on tab, hold on shift, and then just quickly add maybe four more. I just want some variation of height. But the thing is, we made a copy of each and every one. So maybe if we just select this one right here, it will change a little bit. So that's fine. At least it changed a bit. And then here we could select this one to have it right here. And then much smaller right here. And then the view will be looking like this. I want to see how it looks. That looks a lot good enough for me. And then add some trees right here as well. I'm just visualizing what we're done here. And so far everything is good. We added the grass, and then we just need to add the background. So we need to go to user library, buildings, and luckily I have some stuff that prepared already that can be good for the background. Maybe this one is right there. That's too high. This one I just want it to be good enough. And then maybe this one rotating at the background. And then maybe one more small. Just a different building at the back. It's not going to be shown anyway. And then we could just have this one at the background like that. Although I still want the separation of different one, so it looks like it's different there. But once we are here, right here, this is the view that I want to show. We could put cars at the back. And then this one we could just remove this one right here. Maybe it's too much for that. I just need something at the back right here again. So I'll just add one more like that. There we go. And I want to see it looking like that. That looks good. So let's stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 13 of this gas station. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add in the buildings at the back and then add trees and the grass. Now we're going to continue working on this, but first we need to go right here under setting. This is very important to do the camera and then make sure parallelism is turned on, and then visual effect, color gradient, we want to set this one to blue tint so that we have this nice warm effect on this. So now what we could do is we could add in cars. So let's go right here in the vehicle and then add in some cars. So we could add cars right here, cars on this side, change the color a bit, and you want to make sure that they're near enough to the pumping station. You could add pickup truck. And then change this one to a red or dark red and add in more sedan. Dark blue. So just change it a little bit. We have parking space right here that we could add a car. Let's turn it around. -90° again. Let's turn it somewhere right here. Turn it 180 and then 90. And let's add some cars at the background as well. I'm just gonna fill it up with cars at the background so that I have a nice scene. Change this one to blue, green, a van can be here as well. Let's add more right here. So having that one at the back, you'll be able to see how it looks. And then right here as well, we need to add some cars. Fortunately, you need to change it up. I'm just changing all of this so that it looks much better. I'm just going to fill it up a little bit more. And then I'm gonna add like that. Select that and add two more. This is blue. This is maybe red coral. That's fine. And by just adding that, as you can see, it looks populated. Increase the opacity, and if we set this one right there, we can brighten up depending on the background that we're going to use. And then we're going to change the exposure and those kind of stuff. And then here we could add in building backgrounds so that it reflects. And then obviously we're going to add in cars as well, because it will reflect what we have it right here. So that will reflect. So I'm probably going to grab some of this right here and then move it. So anything that I added right here, there we go. I'll be able to just quickly shift and move it on the other side. So now I just need to clean up, add more, different I'm just changing it up. Change this one to black. And I just want the bounce of the reflection of those right there. So now I'm gonna set the background. So we need to go to HDR, background, sky. We're gonna put it in noon, cloudy. I'm gonna add this one, the number 4, non-cloudy. Change the rotation. I'm gonna check number 5, the way it looks. Make sure to save it. You never know what will happen. And then let's see the rotation it creates. I'll probably push this more at the back. I'm gonna put 4. I push this building back a little bit so that we have some sky showing up. So here I'm gonna set that. At least it's still in the background and it's not too much. This one, I'm gonna move it a little bit like that as well. And then my shot will look much better having that space. There we go. What if we put it in not noon but low sun? It might be much better. I like this effect though. I like the shadowing, and then I like the effect the sun gives. So I might do this instead. I'm gonna do a test to see how it looks. Select that, change the exposure. Let's change this. Ambient, put it to at least 1. And then render. So that's the result that we have. I'm probably going to change this to image. So I'm gonna click on the image. I'm gonna move it a little bit forward so that you know what, I'm going to move this one right here. So that we have some stuff that can be just so now here we could have this image right here. And then you know what? I'm going to add in more backgrounds right there. Background buildings. I don't want to ruin the shot by having this one right there. So you're basically enclosing it. Just want to push this back a little bit. And then for the background, I'm going to rotate it. Location, background, and then rotate it so that buildings are at the back. And then now let's create a camera view. I already set my parameters. Number 3, and I'm just going to set this one something like that. Everything is being shown. Image, click right here, and let's check it out at the high end. You can basically set that one good. The only thing is I want this one to be smaller in scale. And then for the image, I'm gonna copy this one. So create a new one, but I want it to be change in weather. So I want it to be wet. And that looks really nice. The way everything bounces, it looks realistic. then obviously we still need to come up with different shot. We don't need to just have one. So I'm gonna undo this. I don't want it to be raining, so I'm going to go to weather again. But no rain. There we go. And then go back right here and set other views, maybe right here in front. I could just move this one a little bit in front. It won't bother my shot. And then I'm going to take an image. I like the effect of rain in the concrete. So that's done. I just don't have anything at the back right here. So I'm just going to add so now if I go right here, I would like to see something going on at the background. So I'm gonna have a shot like that. And I just want to add a little bit of this traffic right here. Click on tab, hold on shift, and then just quickly copy it. Don't press escape yet because we need to add it right there. So that's good enough just for the background view. And then now let's go back to the image, select this one, and then move it right here to this view. I'm gonna push this back a little bit. And then take an image. And then you want to make sure that this is turned on as well. And everything looks good. In terms of video, you just need to click here, make sure you quit video right there. I'm just going to have this one right here, and then we could even set it to whatever you want, but I'm going to make sure that I don't show anything that I don't need in terms of my background. So here I'm going to add it like that. Make sure that everything is neat. It's leveled. Click on it. And then add 6 right here. And then add a view, set that one right there. Another 6. Change the speed. We can have it like that. Around 7. And then here we could just zoom it like that. Another 6. And then I want like an overall like this. I'm just gonna leave it at 10. Something like that. Around 5. Add it again. Around 6. And then after that, I'm going to duplicate this, rename this one as show reel, and then the other to be renamed as shorts. And then I change the size to 1000 and then 700 to change the format. And then I review the shorts again. That's because it's the difference of view in the full and then in the short is different. So I want to make sure that everything looks nice. And then at the same time I'm reviewing what I've done, if I should increase one view's speed and the other as well. That's good enough. Then here I'll probably need to change the weather, maybe the season. just to change the views right there. This view is good, this view is good as well. And then maybe I'm going to add another view just to add it right here, or on the other side. Oh, this one is good enough. So just to change it up, just to add more depth. So I'm happy with this, and we just need to select everything, and we're good to go and export. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below.